Let's go. So yeah, folks, there's a guy named Tucker Carlson, and he spent the last several years basically licking the boots of Vladimir Putin and the Russian offensive in Ukraine. He's vehemently anti-Ukraine, vehemently pro-Russia, and now he has finally licked the boot long enough to earn himself an interview with Vladimir Putin, the dictatorial leader of Russia. So let's take a look here at this 2-hour-long interview. Putin. Don't mind me just screenshotting that for the thumbnail.
Shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century.
Oh, you mean he made a blood and soil justification? He made the he made the Nazi justification for this. He made the fascist justification. That's crazy. I can't believe he would do that.
And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light as is.
You know, Native Americans have a historic claim to America. Does that justify like a violent overthrow of the United States? Does it justify like massacres of civilians like they did in Ukraine? I don't necessarily think so.
Sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country.
Wait, can we just like take a moment here? Like,
and with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you.
Look at this. This room is so weird. It's so empty. They've probably got like 5 snipers trained on him.
You.
My
On
goodness.
February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote.
That's a weird emotional reaction there, Tucker. Yeah, like actual Joker moment here. Like just look at the face change. What fun they're having together.
Or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Да, это серьезный разговор. Но поскольку у вас базовое
Because your
образование
basic
историческое,
education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
тогда я позволю себе
So, if you don't mind,
просто вот,
I will
ну,
take
30
only
секунд
30
или 1
seconds
минуту
or
моей
1 minute to
настоящей
give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Yeah, he's gonna give you a 30-second to 1 minute long response. Let's see how he does on that one. Start the clock.
Смотрите, с чего
Let's
начались
look
наши
where our
отношения с
relationship
Украиной?
with Ukraine started from.
Откуда она взялась?
Where did Ukraine come from?
Российское государство стало
The
собираться
Russian state started gathering itself
Да,
as a
это
centralized
считается
statehood,
годом создания российского государства,
and it is considered to be the year of the
862
establishment of the Russian state
когда
in
Новгород, это город
862,
Новгород на северо-западе страны,
when the
пригласили
townspeople of
Швею
Novgorod invited a
из
Varangian
Литвы,
prince,
Литвы,
Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign.
варягов. 862 год. В 1800
In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood.
своей государственности и в Новгороде.
And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of
В
the country.
882 году
In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's younger son,
по сути, функция регента
because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev.
к этому времени пришел в Киев,
This is longer than a minute.
отстранил от власти двух братьев,
He
которые
ousted
судя
two
по всему,
brothers
были
who
когда-то
apparently had
членами дружины Рюрика.
once been members of
Россия
Rurik's
начала
squad.
развиваться, имея два центра в Киеве и в Новгороде.
So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod.
Следующая очень значимая дата в истории
The
России.
next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988.
Again, none of this matters. Not a single part of this matters. Not a single one. Oh, well, historically, we've been one kingdom, so that means we should be in the future. Like, that's not an argument. That's not an actual argument for why you should be a country. I mean, it is an argument that works to Russian nationalists. It's not an argument that moves anybody else. I would put it on the same tier of argumentation as like the arguments white nationalists make, you know? Oh, we don't hate people who are non-white. We just think they should all have their own countries, and we should have our pure white country. Because that's just historically how people have worked best together. Like that's the level of argumentation we're on. We're like 30 seconds into the interview.
Владимир это
This was the
True, there is a reason why Tucker Carlson gravitates towards this rhetoric.
baptism of Russia,
Рюрика
when
крестил
Prince Vladimir, the
православие.
great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity.
Централизованное российское государство.
From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen.
Единая территория,
Why?
единое
Because of the single
хозяйство,
territory, integrated economic ties,
один язык.
one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape.
Российское государство.
Back in the Middle Ages, Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne.
I mean, as far as I understand what he's doing here, he wants to solidify his legacy. He wants to rebuild the Russian Empire of old. And he thinks that by doing that, he will, like, be held up throughout all history. He will rebuild the power and influence of Russia. But, like, this is petty tyrant shit. Frankly.
Введение престола наследия.
But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons.
Чуть-чуть попозже, после того, как он ушел из жизни.
The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines.
Потом сыновьям по разным линиям. Все это привело к
All this led
He
to
will,
the
he will be known as Russia's most boring emperor.
fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state.
привело к раздробленности.
There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe.
Но раздробленное русское государство стало легкой добычей.
But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan.
Хан Батый пришли на Русь,
His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the
Remember when he said he was only going to take like 30 seconds to a minute? We're like several minutes into the interview now.
cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities, simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty.
в Орду. Но часть суверенитета сохранили.
They had to pay tribute to the horde, but
He
they
learned this
managed
from
to
the
preserve some
KGB.
part of their sovereignty.
Maybe.
Складываться единое российское государство.
He's laced this interview with KGB subsonic waves. Okay, it's so that we all become so bored we fall asleep, leaving us finally vulnerable to being wiped out by nuclear warheads. It's true.
And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow.
Оно начало
The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev,
к тому центру, который складывался.
began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe.
Его даже называли литовско-русским.
This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania.
Составляли значительную
It was even called the Lithuanian-Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population.
православными.
They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox.
Объединение, уния Великое княжество Литовское.
But then there was a
Yeah, again, see this again. You can see how this is leading towards like the white nationalist argument. Oh, we all share a similar culture and language. Therefore, we should all be the same country. Again, crazy argument, but an argument you see pop up time and time again to justify like the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You see it to justify like Chinese aggression towards Taiwan. Like again, this is a fairly common thing to have pop up here. Tucker seems so confused though. It's the permanent confusion face. He made a deal with the devil to be wildly successful and be born into a rich family. But in exchange, he had to sacrifice his ability to have a resting, normal face, and instead he has a resting, confused face.
unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland.
Уже в духовной силе.
A few years later, another union was signed,
Священников подчинилось власти
but this time already in the religious sphere.
И таким образом вот эти земли
Some of the
оказались в
Orthodox
составе
priests became
польско-литовского
subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the
десятилетий
Polish-Lithuanian state.
занимались ополячиванием.
No, it's more insidious than that. It's not one people, it's that we are Russia. It's a total removal of culture and personhood from the former Soviet states. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, it's essentially saying anything you were is us. Anything you are is us. You will. It's kind of like the equivalent of saying to the old Soviet states, you will be assimilated. It is like a almost Borg-like threat. That one was for you Star Trek fans out there.
Этой части населения. Язык внедряли туда свой.
During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population.
Поскольку они живут в Украине,
They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians,
на окраине
that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians.
занимается
Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that the person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group.
поляки всячески
So the Poles were trying to,
относились
in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands
Yeah, I would say that I think I see that there's a huge overlap here between like ideas of this very essentialist idea of like Russian identity and kind of the myth of like manifest destiny. It is one of the foundational nation building myths of Russia.
Began to struggle for their rights.
Писали письма в
They wrote
Варшаву,
letters to
требуя
Warsaw
соблюдения
demanding that their rights be observed
присылали
and people be commissioned here,
Присылали людей.
including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period? I'm losing track of where in history we are.
Это было-
The Polish
это
oppression
было
of
в 13
Ukraine.
веке. Это было
It was in the
было в
13th century.
14 веке. Ну вот, в 13 веке. Это было в 13
Oh, Ivy Nova, if you're looking for a place to catch up on what Star Trek's been doing, I would highly recommend Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It's very, very good. I know that some of the other series have been kind of divisive, but I feel like that show in particular gets back to really the roots of what makes Star Trek so good.
13 веке. Значит, и
Now I will tell you what happened later
дальше и назову даты, чтобы не было путаницы.
and give the
И в
dates so that there is no confusion.
1650,
And in 1654, even a bit
Oh,
earlier,
Hapsley, I'm sorry to hear that. My God.
люди, которые контролировали власть,
the people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands
чтобы присылали к ним направление
addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them,
как бы отверг,
and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away.
чтобы вы не думали,
It's kind of validating to see him parroting the same observations I made in my essays, sticking to the same lie, using these same methods to reinforce Russian supremacy. I wrote my papers almost a decade ago. Did you, OS Crane? Do you have like a degree in like politics? Do you have like a political science degree? Tell me more.
думали, что я что-то придумал, Дима.
So that you don't think that I'm inventing things, I'll give you these
Я вам
documents.
отдам вот эти документы.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years
Не-не-не,
ago.
но все-таки
But still,
документы из архива.
these are documents from the archives, copies.
Здесь письма Богдана
Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky,
контролировал власть в этой
the
части.
man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian
Он
lands
писал в Варшаву,
that is now called Ukraine.
а после того, как
He
он
wrote to
начал
Warsaw
писать
demanding that
писать
their
письма
rights
в
be
Москву
upheld,
с просьбой взять их
and after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar.
Not a degree.
There are
Was
copies
considering a
of these
poli-sci
documents.
major.
I will
minor,
leave them for
focus
your
on
good
Russia.
memory.
Gotcha.
There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later.
потому что
Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar,
часть древнерусских земель вошла
which
в
was
состав
the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided
Like, I don't know exactly enough to like fact check him on the fly here, but like even if you grant all of this being true, I still like his argument is still bad, you know?
to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom.
перемирие было заключено.
As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded.
I'm pretty sure this
32 years
interview was
later,
RT's idea. I'm sure I'm sure RT did this. You know, like I bet it's like their main point of contact with you know, Western journalists.
Thing, a peace treaty
Russia, I
with
mean.
Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed.
Отошла к России.
And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia.
Затем во времена
And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in
Россия
Poland.
вернула все исторические земли.
Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west.
Да, а вот
This all lasted until the revolution.
воспользовавшись
Before World War I,
украинизацией,
Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization.
в преддверии мировой войны, конечно, было стремление ослабить потенциально.
Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly
What is this lore dump? It's basically just like it's nationalist slop is what it is. It's nationalist slop designed to essentially try and justify on ethnic grounds the erasure of like all people that used to be in the Russian Empire.
not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special
Yeah, it's like how when YouTubers will like or like conservative propagandists will like prep their audience by talking ad nauseum before they show something to kind of like see what they want their audiences to see, you know?
ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood, and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed, and under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg.
I'm sorry, what?
Given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler, you know? Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship. An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg.
Okay, so we're doing like full on. We're just like creating our own little alternate history here. Okay, cool. Interesting. Poland, famously very good terms with Nazi Germany.
Was transferred to Poland,
Good God.
instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged.
Yeah, we need Lucy Hayes' review on this.
Hitler asked
oh my
them to
God.
give it amicably, but they refused.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia, has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that.
Boy, I'm Tucker Carlson, and I, for one, can't understand why you would even wait. What an opportunity here to... boy, howdy, Mr. Putin. Why'd you wait so long? Just like a little apple-cheeked, like, street urchin. My God, this is honestly somehow worse. Like, I knew this was gonna be bad, but this is somehow worse than I expected.
This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it
It's not
explains
boring.
many things.
I just don't know how it's relevant.
Ну, отлично. Тогда мне очень
Good.
приятно, что вы так это оценили.
Good.
Спасибо большое.
I'm so
Итак,
gratified that you
да,
appreciate that.
после,
Thank you.
перед Второй мировой
So,
войной,
before
когда
World
Польша
War II,
сотрудничала с
Poland
Германией,
collaborated with
оказалось,
Hitler,
что требования
and
Гитлера
although
Путин
it
не
did not yield to
участвовал в
Hitler's
освобождении
demands,
Чехословакии.
it still participated in the
поскольку
partitioning of
Германия
Czechoslovakia together with Hitler,
вынудили
as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany
Гитлера начать Вторую
and went too
мировую
far,
войну именно
pushing
силой.
Hitler to start World War II by attacking them.
Oh yeah, Hitler. His hand was just forced. He couldn't he couldn't do anything about it. I just I'm sorry.
Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II.
Yep. It's really Poland's fault for starting World War II. Those dang Poles being all uppity.
By attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September
God
1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland.
Yeah, there's nothing. His hands were tied, really. Source is Mein Kampf. I read it, and this is exactly, yep. He had no choice, guys. It just none at all.
By the way, the USSR, I have read some archive documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia.
Oh, well, he's praising the United States during World War II, so, he couldn't be such a bad guy, this Putin fella.
But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't.
Well, I think Poland is a member of NATO, so I don't think it's quite as simple for Russia to really be able to do that without catastrophic global consequences. And there are already plenty of global consequences to invading Ukraine, but it's a far stretch from nuclear war.
Doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named as USSR, regained its historical lands. After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German.
I mean, the entire premise for NATO's existence is to prevent Russia from engaging in aggressive action towards members of NATO. So it's not surprising. But NATO, I don't think anyone actually expects Russia at this point in time to invade a NATO country. Because, again, if that happened, right, just hypothetically, spitballing here, if that happened, we're talking, mutually assured destruction time. We're talking, the nukes begin flying. It's not, really a matter of, how many troops you have mobilized. It's how many craters are in the wrong places when the smoke clears.
The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name.
Вот таким образом сложилось.
So this was how this situation
При
developed.
формировании Советского Союза, это уже 1900,
In 1922, when the USSR was being established,
большевики начали формировать
the
СССР.
Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
Который до сих пор вообще не существовало. При этом Сталин
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as
входили в качестве автономных образований.
autonomous entities.
Основатель советского государства Ленин настоял.
For some inexplicable
Yeah, it's now. I need to remind you all. It's been 17 minutes. He said he was gonna take 30 seconds to a minute.
reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR.
Наделил
And
образующуюся
again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine, and yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if
Yeah, no, like Tucker Carlson here is just mainlining honest to God, like neo-Nazi rhetoric into the American zeitgeist. It's just neo-Nazi rhetoric as reflected through Russia.
If we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1654.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for the first 22 years as president that Ukraine wasn't a real country?
Да. Итак, значит, Советская Украина получила
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region.
когда Россия их получила в результате
At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars,
Белоруссии.
they were called New Russia or Novorossiya.
Ленин, основатель
But that does not matter.
создал.
What matters is that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet
И
state,
вот это все
established Ukraine that way.
в составе СССР
For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR,
по непонятным причинам занимались
and for unknown reasons again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet
Ah! It was the Bolsheviks, those dastardly Bolsheviks, you see.
leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from
Oh yeah,
Ukraine.
he's deep in
Rather,
the
it
sauce,
was
Crane.
explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union.
Novorussia.
Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine?
It was an artificial state shaped by Stalin's will. Don't look at what states are though.
Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
Ну, я не знаю, как границам.
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders.
Все считают, что
But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous
Stalin's so-called regime. What are you doing here, bud?
violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
государств, то в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, ну, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
I'm actually surprised to hear that question from Tucker. Like, I'm moderately surprised to hear a direct question. The main issue here is that Tucker is just going to, like, absolutely swallow hook, line, and sinker and amplify any answer that Putin gives here, which is almost assuredly going to be a lie.
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I've never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Curious.
Moreover,
I would never do something like that, but I have heard that some of those people would like to get back to their old lands, if you know what I'm saying.
I would like to share a very interesting story with you. I digress, it's a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev. Made a stop in Kiev and then went to western Ukraine. I went to the town of Beregovoye, and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in a language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian. Not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village and there were men sitting next to the houses and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this
Deutsche
case in
Bahn.
public until
Yeah, this
2
is a
years
lot
ago,
of lies
February. And in the
to
case that
parse.
you made, which I read today,
Сейчас скажу.
you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что поскольку мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview.
Well, my guy, you did say you were only going to take a minute. You did say, we'll do 1 minute of this, and then you've talked about this for 23 minutes.
That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk, so bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter.
Generously
I'm
bestowed.
coming to a very important
My
point
God.
of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine. First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian. Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies. All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable.
Я хочу, чтобы вы, как американские гражданин, и чтобы
The second point is a very important one.
прежняя
We all have these common ties, you see, that override all of our petty differences.
российское руководство
I want you,
Which is why we should be all one gigantic ethno-state, huh? Yeah.
as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well.
My God.
больше никаких разделителей.
The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines.
Инициативно пошла даже на развал Советского Союза.
Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet
Так
Union,
называемым
and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West
So-called.
as an invitation for cooperation and
вот чего
association.
ожидала Россия.
That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole.
В том числе и в Германии. Эгон Барр.
There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on
Yeah, like that's kind of what I was expecting too, OS Crane. I was expecting denazification. I was expecting more of an emphasis on NATO aggression. But what we're getting instead is blood and soil arguments. And I think I mean, I don't want to say it's like the savviest play, but like Vladimir Putin is playing the long game here. He's trying to win the PR war that is currently taking place in American media. And I think that this is like a pretty smart way for him to go about that, which is, you know, I don't want to give him like a ton of credit or anything, but like it's scary. It's scary to see him doing this so subtly, you know? Like, Tucker Carlson isn't subtle, but this is a subtle use of him as an instrument, if that makes sense.
the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union, that a new security system should be established in Europe.
Помочь объединиться Германии, но
Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries.
I mean, the issue is,
Yes.
I
But
think that
NATO
I think that
needs not to expand.
I think that Tucker is actually like a scarier option. You know, like I think that that's. I think that he represents a scary version of this event. Because I think that like this is essentially like. How do I even say it? I think it is priming an already primed audience that is huge, because Tucker Carlson, even diminished on X, it still has insane amounts of viewership. It's prepping them not just for the fascism of Russia and Russia's moves on the geopolitical stage, it's prepping them for fascism here in America.
That's what he said. If NATO
that's-
expands,
should be
everything would
terrifying.
be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders. That's all.
Больше того, он рассердился как-то.
He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him.
Если, говорит, вы меня не
In
слушаете,
fact,
я больше
he
вас
got angry once.
рассердился на советское руководство.
If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again.
Но, тем не менее,
Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia do you think convinced policymakers they had to take it down.
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной России.
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking
You personally, Tucker Carlson, tricked all of Russia.
about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves.
Here comes the NATO. The NATO made us do it. Yeah, NATO made you guys invade, just like Poland made Nazi Germany invade. Yep.
Of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there's no communist party.
Oh man, Nazbols crying, pissing, shitting themselves.
Power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before.
Был момент, когда
There was a moment when
когда серая кошка пробежала.
a certain rift started growing between us.
Помните, уступал?
Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words, God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there, I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, what is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now,
Yeah, like again, if you have an international agreement, it's not spitting in the hand and like a handshake, okay? You got to get that in writing. You got to get it formalized. There was no agreement. There's just like a memory of an event that like no one can confirm. Like cool. That's not the basis for international relations. Sorry. They don't work that way.
everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so. But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, It's not possible now.
Можете спросить у него. Да, я думаю, наше...
You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview,
Я
he'll
никогда не
confirm it.
стал подобного
I
говорить,
wouldn't have
если этого
said
не было.
anything like that if it
Ну
hadn't
ладно,
happened.
сейчас невозможно.
Okay,
Were
Uh-huh.
you
it's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Послушайте,
Look,
я
I
задал
asked the
вопрос.
question, is it possible or not? And the
Yes.
answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
Если бы он
if
если бы
he
он
had said
сказал да,
yes, the
значит,
process of
процесс
rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners.
Но
But
этим не
it didn't
закончилось.
happen.
Ну, нет,
Well,
так нет,
no
ладно,
means no.
хорошо.
Okay,
Давайте будем...
fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive, I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
Вы сказали, что я...
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances.
Are you sure? Because seems like it might kind of be that. Maybe a little.
We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO.
Ну, я же видел, как решают.
I will give you another example now concerning
Еще
Ukraine.
один из примеров сейчас приведу, касающийся...
The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote,
послушно голосуют. Даже если им
even
чего-то
if they
не
do not
нравится.
like
Сейчас
something.
я скажу в этой связи, что происходило с Украиной.
Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say
Мы пытались
anything new.
по-разному выстроить отношения.
Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways.
События
For
были
example,
ближе
the events in the Middle East, in Iraq.
Мы
We
очень
were building
мягко,
relations with the United
спокойно
States in a
выстраивали
very soft,
достаточно
prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North
на
Caucasus,
Северном Кавказе. Но все равно продолжали это делать.
but they continue to do it anyway.
И политическая
And political
поддержка,
support,
информационная
information
поддержка,
support, financial
финансовая
support,
поддержка, даже
even
военная
military support came from the United
поддержка.
States and its
Штаты
satellites
Соединенных
for
Штатов
terrorist
в
groups in the
отношении
Caucasus.
террористических формирований в
I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply.
Я говорю директору,
I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?"
есть разговор с президентом?
He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply.
В архиве.
We have the answer in the archive.
ЦРУ пришел ответ.
The CIA
Does Tucker Carlson know the danger he's in? Probably, because he's not trying to talk back, and he's being incredibly obsequious anytime Putin pushes back on what he says or conveys annoyance. There's no way Tucker walks into this not knowing that this man has personally ordered the assassination of journalists and political rivals. This is not this is not unknown territory to him. But the other thing is, Tucker Carlson knows that he and Putin are on the same side. This is not a confrontational interview. This is an interview between Vladimir Putin and a guy who has been his best tongue shoe shiner. That's the position here. This is the master rewarding the dog.
They replied,
работали с
"We have been
оппозицией.
working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing."
And it's both a reward for Tucker Carlson, but it's also serving the ends of Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin wants something from this interview, and he's getting it.
It.
Смешно.
Just ridiculous.
Ну ладно, мы поняли, что
Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government.
Ну, конечно, имелось в виду.
Oh, I will say, by the way, we've been going for 5.5 hours. If you all have been enjoying the show, please, please, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because frankly, that's what allows this show to continue. So thank you all very much for the support. Hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the YouTube stream. Have we managed to surpass the number of likes? We have 74 likes. You know what? I think we can get that number up to 100. There are over 100 people watching this stream right now. Go hit the follow button. Go hit the subscribe button. Go hit the like button on the goddamn stream. You guys can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you, chat. And folks, do consider dropping those subs and donos. They help me to live, and you know, I like living and making good content. So help me to do those things with your financial support. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Back into the interview. Win B!
Lurkin playing Valheim Hug BWA.
Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. You got Noodle, you got Beer Bash Johnson, you got Ivy Nova, you got a bunch of new homies. And 1 old homie. Let's go. Thank you so much, Winby. I appreciate it. Spreading that BWA spirit, that BWA energy. Let's go.
В данном случае.
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus.
Они их называли.
That's who they called the opposition.
Это вот второй момент.
No, Migs, your information's good. In 2009, the same Vladimir Putin, at the time the Prime Minister of Russia, sent a letter to the Polish nation that was aimed at reconciling Russian and Polish memories of World War II. In the letter, while rejecting the idea the MRP had triggered World War II, he admitted that the pact was condemnable and insisted that in Russia, the immoral nature of the MRP had been clearly assessed. On Christmas Eve 1989, Soviet lawmakers had indeed admitted the existence of the secret protocol of the MRP and condemned it with a vote of 1,432 to 252. Damn.
This is the second
Очень
point.
важный.
The third moment is a very important one, is the moment when the US missile defense system was created.
Начало.
The beginning.
И мы долго уговаривали.
Thanks,
We
Erica.
persuaded for
I don't actually have a way of controlling my streaming software right now. I just realized that it has stalled. So, you know, that's fun. I can't actually directly interact with it for some reason. So we're just going to be stuck talking like this the entire time. Hope y'all don't mind. I don't know what happened, but there we go.
a long time. Very important. This is
Третий
the
момент
second
очень
point.
важный.
The third moment is a very important one, is the moment when the US missile defense system was created.
Начало.
The beginning.
И мы долго уговаривали.
We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States.
Меня пригласили в
Moreover,
отец Буша
after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean,
Там состоялась очень серьезная беседа,
I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team.
чтобы
I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that, we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
May I ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the
My sources, I made it up.
internet when I was in the USA at the invitation.
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at
I don't remember. Fucking Google it. I cannot recall, sirs and or ma'am.
the invitation of a Bush senior. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I
Oh
was
my
told
God.
it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation.
Look at it. Look, Tucker is weird about his face. Like he's acting here poorly, and you can tell. It's so weird.
In the world. He says yes, and asks, "Are you serious?" I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please."
Aw,
Then
good night,
Secretary of
Ukrainian.
Defense Gates, former
Nikolai
Director
Prem.
of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister,
Is he
the Russian
dissociating?
defense
I would
minister
be.
on that side. They said to me, "Yes, we have thought about it. We agree." I said, "Thank God, great, but with some exceptions."
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who are elected in your telling.
That's right, that's right.
That's right, Tucker.
In the end, they
That's
just
right.
told
You're
us to
being a
get
good
lost.
boy.
I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, "Look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems." The answer was, "We're not doing this."
Yeah, no, like I think that's a good point, OS Crane. Like a lot of what Putin is doing here is basically building the road that goes from point A to the point B of his choosing, and he expects you all to follow along the road that is being laid out in this interview, and it leads to the inevitable conclusion that actually invading Ukraine is totally right and just, and not only is it right and just, it is actually like imperative in order to rebuild the true identity of Russia, which has been shattered and actively attacked by the dissolution of the USSR.
This against you, and you do what you want, assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, "Okay, very well." That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not
No, you weren't.
an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion: the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous, it's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know?
This is unhinged. This is unhinged. He's trying to justify an invasion in 2022 with what happened in 2008. 14 years later. Like, I'm trying to really convey this, right? Oh my god. He's trying to say, well, in 2008, Ukraine could have joined NATO. Even though they were ruled by a Russian-backed dictator who ordered his police to fire on protesters, peaceful protesters. Yeah, I just find that very interesting, you know? It's a very interesting thing. And it really seems like they're just gonna go, well, you know, they could have joined NATO in 2008, so, you know, that justifies our invasion now, because otherwise they would have joined NATO. He's gonna completely ignore the fact that they can't join NATO because there's currently a land dispute with Crimea. That land dispute's been going on since 2014, right after his guy got kicked out of the presidency. So, like, what? There was not really a window for Ukraine in an actual democratic system to join NATO. So this point is already full of bullshit, and he's gonna waste the next 40 minutes of our life on it.
I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again.
It's true. This entire interview is predicated and predating on, like, an ignorant audience.
Well, it's nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk. But with whom? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there were with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed.
It's a neutral state. If it didn't take steps to join NATO, that doesn't change. Did it become a part of NATO? No. It's still not a part of NATO.
Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014?
Before that. No, this was before that. After President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The US supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The US supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power. Imagine if in the US something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not
Amy,
provide for,
thank
was
you.
organized.
I appreciate that.
Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power. Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse, and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician, I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which could have led to flooding of our market. We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is. Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps which were supported by the West. It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade with Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine, and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the US told us. Calm.
Yes, you see, I could totally back up my points, but it would be rude. How can anyone listen to this with a straight face? For real.
Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev. What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former
What the hell?
vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service.
Оппонентами все.
They have always been our opponents. A job is a job.
Но технически они все сделали правильно.
Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into.
Итак, в 2014
So,
году
in
открыли
2008, the doors of NATO were opened for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept it.
Yeah, there was a horrible, no good, dirty coup against the guy who was hopelessly corrupt and like shooting protesters dead in the streets.
The coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created a threat.
It wasn't a coup. He literally ran away. He ran away to live in exile in Russia because he was a Russian stooge.
To Crimea, which we had to take under our protection.
Yeah, we had to take Crimea under our protection, you know?
They launched the war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There is a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the US political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides, we could not leave our brothers in faith, in fact, a part of Russian people, in the face of this war machine.
What was but that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Oh, good. We're back at the very first question. Hooray!
Спровоцировал конфликт изначально.
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany,
Oh, so it wasn't NATO aggression. It was your desire to take over Ukraine. Cool.
Poland, and France
How long has it been? We are 48 minutes in. We've probably been watching for about 2 hours.
arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea?
Why threatening Crimea? Well, it might have something to do with the fact that you invaded Crimea. Man, come on. This is so lazy. This is so lazy.
By launching an operation in
Dog.
Donbass. This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that
The bloody developments of the Maidan were inflicted by your guy, the revisionism at play here, I need you all to understand, is insane. This is like clown world alternate reality nonsense. I'm feeling gaslit. Good. You should feel that way, because that's exactly what's happening.
after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that, but we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO. We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that. And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed, as you know, after the events of 2014 in Minsk, where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leader
Russia broke the Minsk agreements. This is wild, dog.
leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to? Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to get...
If you guys keep doing that, this is going to be bad.
We're going to act.
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbass territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014.
Oh, yeah, okay, Ukraine was behind the entire war, guys. Pack it up and go home, you silly gooses. You silly billies. You all thought it was Russia? No. Ukraine's been behind it the entire time.
Our goal is to stop this war.
Truly sinister
and we
stuff.
did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Why'd you keep Crimea? They needed to keep it safe. Of course.
I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This
Ah, there it is, OS Crane.
means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year.
Yeah.
Который завершился в Стамбуле в прошлом году в начале.
And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents.
Of course.
My counterparts in France and Germany said,
Германия говорили, ну как ты себе представляешь, как они будут подписывать?
how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev.
Извините, от Киева.
As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin
Договоренности, достигнутые в Стамбуле.
and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe.
Вот.
That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
Да.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean? What is,
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас
What would
об
that
этом сказать.
mean? I just can't
Это
get
очень
it.
важный вопрос.
Walk me through it, please.
Денацификация. После
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification.
искать, как говорят некоторые аналитики,
After gaining independence,
Why do you say
Ukraine
it
began
weird
to
like that?
search, as some Western analysts say,
как
its
поставить
identity.
во главу угла этой идентичности на
And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with
героев,
Hitler.
которые сотрудничали с Гитлером. Я уже говорил, что
I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia.
но в силу
What false heroes? It doesn't matter. We've already gotten so far in that it literally doesn't matter what he's saying. Because everything he's saying is nonsense. Like you get that, right, guys? Like he can say literally anything, it's just nonsense at this point.
исторического развития
But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior.
идентичность и вели себя очень жестоко, это все осталось в памяти.
There were also attempts to destroy their identity.
Когда началась Вторая мировая война, часть этой
All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom.
она начала сотрудничать с Гитлером, полагая, что
The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population.
грязную работу
Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too.
коллаборационистам, которые с Гитлером сотрудничали. Вот отсюда вот эта жестокая
Interesting.
резня.
This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera,
Во главе
Shukevich.
стояли,
It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them,
Нам всё время
and
говорят,
other countries
Yeah.
fight against them.
национализм,
Yeah.
But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany.
Yeah, of course.
Они на флагах, они их имена кричат.
These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians.
Это люди, которые уничтожали поляков, евреев и русских. Надо
It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, сейчас закончим. Вы же задали
Yeah,
вопрос по
nah. Nah, dog.
неонацизму и
Of course not.
денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification.
Замалчивается на Западе.
Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. The story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries.
Спикер парламента.
The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said,
Во время Второй мировой
fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War
Yeah, this is some very prolonged foreplay on their sex tape. I'm very disappointed by how long we're getting blue-balled here.
II?
выяснилось, что этот
Hitler
человек
and
был
his
как
accomplices.
Он лично
It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews.
Они занимались
The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the
Ah, yes, you see, they're all Nazis. Problem solved. No need to look further into it than that. No, sir. No, sir, Bob.
entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man.
рукоплескал этому человеку.
How can this be imagined?
Как это
The
может
president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
еврей по
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism, but how? How do you do that?
Вот послушайте,
By replacing it with the true nationalism, Tucker. Russian nationalism. Haven't you been listening? My God.
ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very
Можно я
subtle,
скажу, как я думаю?
and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Он, казалось бы, тонкий, он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky.
Значит,
You say Hitler has been dead for so many years,
люди, которые
80 years.
Уничтожали
But his
евреев,
example
русских и
lives on.
поляков, живы.
People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and
Действующий
Poles are
президент
alive.
сегодняшней Украины
And the
аплодирует
president,
ему
the
в
current
канадском
president of
парламенте,
today's Ukraine,
аплодирует
applauds him
стоя.
in the Canadian parliament, gives a standing ovation.
Целиком выкорчевали
Can we
эту
say that
идеологию,
we have
если
completely
то, что мы
uprooted
видим
this
происходит
ideology
сегодня,
if what we see is
вот что
happening
такое
today?
денацификация.
This is such a dishonest framing. Like, all the people new in this room, they are not condoning Nazism. They didn't know that the guy that they were applauding was an SS officer. we covered this when it happened. All they knew was that he was like a veteran from Ukraine. That's it. This is ignorance. But this will definitely play to Tucker Carlson's base of MAGA folk who don't know any better, who don't follow this, and who will fall into this trap that has been dug for them.
That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept and support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is.
Are we about to get
That is
JQing?
what they
They've
mean.
been
Right.
JQing.
My question was a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you
How on earth do you listen to the last hour of what he said, Tucker, and conclude he doesn't want to capture Kyiv?
eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country that you don't control? What do you do about that?
А вы знаете, как вам не покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that We have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine, including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carlson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Huh.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine, peace talks?
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций, сложно.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew,
They were almost finalized. We almost had peace. And then those dirty, dastardly Ukrainians. Why, they sunk the entire deal, of course.
our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the President of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about this settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him.
Thank you, Foxy
I
Cheshire.
do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No.
God. Like, the obsequiousness is disgusting to me. How does anyone watch this and go, ah, yes, Tucker Carlson's doing a really serious interview. He's a serious newsman pursuing a serious story. And like he's like like guffawing over any like weird thing that Putin says.
Oh, why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way,
Folks, we have 89 likes on the stream. We need 15 more to hit 100. I think we can do it. I believe in you. Don't disappoint me. Please.
I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there, in Ukraine, by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations. Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
This does seem like a bad thing. Why don't you do the thing that would make it less bad? Well, you see, Tucker, I have a lot of very compelling reasons for why I don't do the thing that would make it less bad. Oh, that makes sense. I'll believe you at face value. Ha ha!
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat, we have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier?
Also, Ico Rules, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And we're covering this Tucker Carlson, Vladimir Putin interview. And we've been live for 6.5 hours. I'm a socialist. I talk about politics, news, all that stuff. Sometimes video games. Please consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch, or you could come on over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button and the like button on the YouTube stream. You only need 11 more to hit 100 likes. Let's go! And you could also consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, the location of the one true chat, the on-screen chat. So consider coming on over. Hey, Marianne now. And also, again, we have been going for 6.5 hours, folks. Consider dropping some subs or donos, because that is what makes this show possible. It's what allows me to live. It's what allows me to continue making content for all you fine folks. And I certainly appreciate it on a very deep and profound level. So thank you, everybody, for chipping in when you can. If we got any Oilers out there, I'd love to see them. If we got any BWAers out there, love to see them too. So come on, folks, you silly gooses. We're gonna finish this interview now.
Here. Why would I call him?
And by finish, I mean struggle through the last hour of it.
What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Yeah, we're only halfway
NATO
through,
is
OS
worried
Crane.
about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
I'm sorry. I'm doing my best.
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland.
Yeah, no problem,
Latvia,
Abyssalist.
expansion.
I hope my commentary is actually adding to it. There's just so much bullshit where I feel like if I were to take the time to break down every lie that is happening here, we would be here until like 4 days from now, you know? Suffice it to say, a lot of it is like blatant historical revisionism and like laced with like white nationalist neo-Nazi talking points. Like this is the interview a fascist would give to try and make himself palatable to a ostensibly not on board public.
Behavior is. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
This interview is the feel-bad comedy of the year.
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine, he has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally you don't.
Это абсолютно исключено.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war.
Глобальная война поставить на грань.
And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious.
Uh-huh.
Есть, конечно, средства.
There are
Yeah.
certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow Russia will use that.
You've been the ones threatening to do that. That's because of Russian communications. That's not coming out of nowhere.
No, the day after tomorrow. So what?
Выбить из налогоплательщиков
In order to
США
extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war.
как можно.
The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
Это провокация.
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that.
Американские солдаты должны воевать.
I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place and mercenaries from Georgia in third place.
Безусловно.
I mean, I have to be honest. I have to be honest when it comes to like issues of like NATO expansion, like I don't find that a very compelling argument when it comes to the reason behind Russia invading Ukraine. If anything, that's a justification for why the other countries join NATO. It's a validation of their reasoning, right? And when we talk about why NATO exists, it exists specifically to avoid situations like this. I mean, and that's not even getting into the fact that like Ukraine never could have joined NATO like from 2014 onward due to the fact that like they had an ongoing land dispute which prohibits them from joining NATO. It's against like the NATO charter for people with land or countries with land disputes to join the defensive alliance. And like yeah, I have no problem with defensive alliances on paper. It's like I'm not a fan of NATO or anything, but like this is kind of an unavoidable problem when you start talking about international diplomacy and geopolitics, right? People are going to like create defensive blocks. Yeah, of course NATO serves US interests. That's not part of the argument, really. I don't understand. I don't understand. I feel like I'm missing something here. But like just because something serves US interests doesn't necessarily make it bad, right? Like if NATO had prevented say Russia from invading Poland, I think that would be good. It would be a good thing to dissuade Russia from invading Poland. I think that's a good thing. I think Russia invading countries is bad. I also think the US invading countries is bad. Generally speaking, bad. I just... NATO expansion I don't understand that aspect of it. Like, oh no, a defensive alliance that only triggers if a foreign country invades a member of the defensive alliance. Oh no! That's... I don't understand the objection, I guess. Like, I think there are very few things that are less objectionable than an organization that exists specifically to deter like foreign wars.
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops,
Yeah, I agree. We should be against American imperialism and Russian imperialism. I agree. I see NATO expansion as perhaps a threat to Russia's imperial agenda. I don't necessarily see it as a threat, like a threat of America's imperialism. America doesn't, for the most part, doesn't engage in imperialism through NATO. For the most part, we're pretty goddamn good at engaging imperialism on our own, you know? Like, through, like, organizations like the IMF. Like, the IMF, I would argue, is a much more, effective and widely used tool of imperialism by the United States than, like, any other organization. Like, if anything, we should be talking about that. Like, the predatory loans being given out to, like, Latin American and African nations are, I think, like, a much bigger deal.
troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious.
Hey,
Do the United
Saturnalia.
States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement, already understanding the situation?
Yeah, okay. Look, as far as my understanding of the peace negotiations is, my understanding is essentially that the peace negotiations with Russia, between Russia and Ukraine, have essentially gone, hey, Russia, can we have peace? Are you willing to do a total and complete surrender to Russia? No? Then no. Like, that has been the negotiation for peace between Russia and Ukraine.
Situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end, and realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
Ha 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 ha. What a weird laugh. Russia has defensive alliances. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have a defensive alliance. It's called the Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO. It was formed in 2002. Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and Tajikistan. Like, they have a defensive alliance.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Вы знаете, я не
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services, your intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West, did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
в войне пропаганды очень сложно.
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States, because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, and it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
Ну, меня это тоже удивляет.
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2.
I mean, I agree. My main contention with Putin is that he is anti-communist, and I don't know that Putin is actually against the Soviet Union. I think you might be wrong on that one. But like, yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of NATO's involvement in Libya. Mainly my my point of reference on that one is essentially that they were involved to establish a no-fly zone, and in order to enforce a UN Security Council resolution, which like passed again without any votes against it. So I don't know exactly why NATO got involved initially, though I would argue it's probably for similar reasons to the reason they got involved in like the Serbian genocide. That's my understanding anyway.
Was damaged. But one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland, called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians. Open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons.
Yeah, no, he knows he's reached a point in the interview where he can like switch his coding. give Tucker some clips he can use, and like the mainstream media over here, different clips they can use to speak to their Republican base. This is for the positive press coverage that's going to come from this.
Open up the valve, please. Let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant.
Is that true? Is he bringing back the flag of the Soviet Union? That's crazy. Konnichiwa, I'm not entirely sure about the Libyan gold stand. I've also heard something about this, like the idea that Libya and Gaddafi were going to establish like a Pan-African currency. I've heard some about this. I don't know that I've seen enough that convinces me of it. Apparently the claims are traced back to Hillary Clinton, but those claims have been debunked. So the actual source for a lot of this is unknown. Allegedly, it came from a 2015 leaked email, but this isn't necessarily verified. Yeah, apparently, like, U.S. officials didn't actually believe it within the government. So I don't know how operable that would have been to like motivate the U.S. to launch an entire like global campaign against Libya.
Prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence.
Wait, so it is true. He's bringing back the Soviet flag. That's crazy.
Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. A human brain is divided into two hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that, thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the US political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission.
You know, this is particularly ironic because the entire way that Russia has been able to keep its economy afloat has been by printing money like crazy and basically taking on more and more debts. Like this is like this is exactly how they're keeping their own economy afloat right now.
Как только политическое руководство приняло решение использовать доллар в качестве инструмента политической борьбы.
Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow.
I don't know that by the way, Konnichiwa, I don't know that the justification in Libya was like genocide, like preventing genocide. I think instead it was preventing like systemic like elimination of like political rivals, which I don't know falls into the same realm. My understanding was that there was like some sort of like investigation by the International Criminal Court, and they found that like there were hundreds of civilians being like executed by the Gaddafi government in systematic ways. And this was prior to the like civil war breaking out. So like, yeah, I think that's largely part of what contributed to it. Like the like knowing that system was in place, and then also the aftermath during the Civil War where things escalated from there. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. People feel free to correct me or point me towards sources. Yeah, they sold their currency reserves. Now they're selling gold reserves and the money printer's going burr. Yeah. I mean, the Russian economy is definitely going to collapse at some point. I don't know exactly how long they can limp along in the way that they are, but probably a few more years at least.
Was dealt to this American power.
Hey, Doom Nukem.
I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States itself and its taxpayers, as it damages the US economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles.
I mean, I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, that was part of the justification after, like, but again, by the International Criminal Court. I think I'm just putting that out there. The justification was that, and along with, like, you know, the atrocities that followed. So, yeah, my understanding is that NATO did not take, like, active part for most of the fighting. A lot of it was ostensibly to establish like a no-fly zone, though I know that that definitely escalated into actual like military action. So I don't know exactly the sequence of events. I just don't think that it's exactly the same as like NATO invaded their country. Like it was leading a coalition authorized by the UN Security Council, and like that failing is definitely probably on like the entire world, or at least all of the members of the Security Council, which includes Russia. Includes a lot of countries. I think there are 12 members.
And about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US.
But
You're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy?
You're all right, Doom
In
Nukem.
a way that's not good for
Don't
their
worry about
sovereignty.
it. I know you're quoting
Do you
Peacemaker.
worry about that?
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before.
Those
It
boogeymen.
is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again, through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs.
Yes. I mean, he's not wrong here, but yeah, that's because there are billions of people in China.
Especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the US government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already 230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing, our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022 it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United
Yeah, like, it's an economic trade bloc, but it's not as intimidating as he's making it out to be. Like, BRICS has potential, but I don't necessarily see it going particularly far. But who knows?
States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, pardon me, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much.
Man, Putin looks so different in the past. Like, his face has completely changed.
I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans.
I mean, I think he actually looks younger now than he did in those pictures. He looks kind of like a corpse in the other ones. But that's probably Botox.
But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader, it is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that
It'd be really nice if the multipolar world wasn't full of, like, far-right fascist dictators. It'd be really nice if that was the case. I'd like that a lot, actually. Good night, Dustin the Dam. Thanks for the 100 biddies on the way out. I appreciate it.
one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change.
И вот смотрите,
Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago.
потом Индия.
The USA
Yeah, I mean, multipolarity is a good thing in like a select set of circumstances, right? Like, multipolar isn't necessarily great if it leads you to mutually assured destruction or like never-ending wars in in other countries around the world. You know, that not the best. Not the best. If it keeps some sort of peaceful equilibrium, I guess I'm in favor of it, but like I don't know. I would like to see an end of imperialism, but I feel like that's wishful thinking at this point. Maybe I'll live to see that, but I doubt it.
comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the fifth place.
Россия за прошлый год стала
Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere.
самое большое количество санкций в мире, которые применяются, это применяется против
The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia.
Инструменты,
And we have
которые
become Europe's first economy during this time.
Но надо же подумать.
The tools that US uses don't work.
Вот
Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long, you've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers
Да.
in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
Я не знаю. Это Америка сложная страна такая.
Yeah, British Empire, largest empire on Earth. It was pretty bad at keeping that empire together, though. Like I think like in a select set of circumstances, a unipolar world can be decent, especially if it sets the stage for a disintegration into a multipolar world that is more equitably balanced. Have to destroy capitalism to end imperialism. Ain't that always the truth?
Очень, с одной стороны, консервативная.
I don't know.
быстро меняющаяся,
America is a complex country, conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other.
принимает решения.
It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation?
Hey, keep her Fenno. Colonialism is hard. That's why we're now doing neo-colonialism. Why bother doing actual colonialism when you can just get the IMF to basically do your colonialism for you, huh?
Each state regulates itself. Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very
I think he does speak English, Technica, but I don't know that he's like comfortable in it, you know, especially for an interview that he probably sees as a colossally important or meaningful PR win for him and his country on the world stage, you know?
very difficult for us to understand it.
Есть две партии, в которых
Certainly, there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats. And within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions.
Потом смотрите,
Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia?
давление.
After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure.
Again, they can't be dragged into NATO if they're engaged in a land dispute, which they are because you invaded Crimea and they never officially acknowledged that annexation. So they literally can't join NATO. That entire point is moot. It's not a thing that can happen.
Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter, it is already in, the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing.
Couldn't they just say, okay, fuck Crimea, we NATO now? I suppose they could. But they're not going to. They haven't done that. But also, if they had done that, Russia wouldn't be invading Ukraine right now. You know, like that's kind of the inherent tension, right? That if they had officially ceded their land to Russia, the rest of Ukraine wouldn't currently be invaded right now because they'd be protected by NATO. Like NATO would have gone to war against Russia and nukes would have been flying. But now, since they're being invaded, they also can't join NATO.
Growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing.
I agree, though I hazard the guess that now that Russia has invaded Ukraine, NATO's going to be around for like another century. Because it's going to be viewed as like a necessity. It's going to be viewed as like we don't want to like be invaded by a foreign power, whether it's Russia or China. So they're going to join a defensive alliance to prevent that from happening, you know? Forlorn, that's a good point. Even if they had given up claims to Crimea, they still had a civil conflict with Russian-backed forces in the Donbass.
As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write that. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen, painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made.
Where was the military alliance against the U.S. invading Iraq? Iraq wasn't part of a defensive military alliance. Probably should have been. Would have been beneficial to defending that country. Yeah, absolutely.
In 1990, it's a threat to your country. Right before
Again, this is why geopolitically defensive alliances are highly coveted. Like they're very inconvenient if you have targets set on you by a stronger country with a larger military.
Or you send troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
Я еще раз повторяю.
Konnichiwa, we agree on that one. If Iraq had nukes, the United States would not have invaded.
Многократно предлагали.
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreement.
Again, this is another one, right? Like, oh, if a country joins NATO, they're under complete US control, like they're being puppeteered. They're not. That's not how a defensive alliance works.
Agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory.
Шло освоение этой территории натовскими военными структурами под видом различных центров.
And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there.
Chat, we can get 7 more likes. I believe in you guys. You guys, there are 7 more likes in this chat right now. I can look at it. I see the likes just milling around. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the follow button over on Twitch. And consider dropping some subs or donos if you've been enjoying this coverage. I gotcha.
That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all these southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced
NATO isn't controlling its members. It's a defensive alliance. Their militaries all work together in concert with the UN and are pledged to come to each other's mutual aid and defense. Holy shit, I just realized it's 5 hours later. Yeah, we've been going for 7 hours, chat. So consider dropping some subs or donos for your girl.
announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory.
Hey, OS Crane, Migs over in YouTube chat says, please tell OS Crane they are cool for me. Really appreciate their takes. Yeah, OS Crane, you've been aces this stream. I appreciate you.
Is that normal? All this put together
There's a tab up top for donations or subscribe if you're over on the Riverbet site.
led to the decision to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yep. In 2014, when they ousted Viktor Yanukovych, the guy who was shooting protesters in the street with snipers. Yeah, and then fled the country. Yeah. No, it was neo-Nazis, definitely. All of the protesters, neo-Nazis, apparently. The entire revolution, the Euromaidan, was entirely Nazis. It's crazy. Source: I made it the fuck up.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement to this conflict?
Ah, yes, we've only just now come to the propaganda and lies. not 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 the previous hour and a half.
I don't know the details. Of course, it's
Konnichiwa, if I look up the 2014 Euromaidan coup, you telling me I'm gonna find US funding? Do, 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 do. Let's see. So, from what I can see, just very cursory look here, the extent of US support seems to be a football game, or a soccer game, I guess, was rescheduled. 20 Ukrainian officials had visa bans imposed upon them. And John McCain and Democratic Senator Chris Murphy said in 2013 that, looking at the crowds of Maidan, said Ukraine will make Europe better and Europe will make Ukraine better. We are here to support your just cause, the sovereign right of Ukraine to determine its own destiny freely and independently. Speaking to CNN the same day, McCain said, "What we're trying to do is bring about a peaceful transition here that would stop the violence and give the Ukrainian people what they unfortunately have not had. This is a grassroots revolution, etc., etc., etc." Okay. In December 2013, the Victoria Nuland said in a speech to the U.S.-Ukraine Foundation, the U.S. had spent about $5 billion on democracy-building programs in Ukraine since 1991. I think that this is a very different admission than funding the coup. The Russian government seized on this statement, claiming it was evidence the U.S. was orchestrating a revolution. Let's see. Yeah, Victoria Nuland, the Victoria Nuland call, I know this one from 2014 is just like Nuland and Ukraine and the ambassador to Ukraine talking about like who they'd like to see in charge in the new Ukrainian government, but I don't think this is like really any evidence to say that like the US sent money to fund the military action against like the Ukrainian government. A lot of people say the protests were funded by U.S. NGOs. I don't care what a lot of people say. I care about evidence. Like, citation of that happening needed. I don't think that's actually too tall of an order, considering it happened 10 years ago. Like you know, I don't think it is unheard of that a bunch of people protesting corruption in the government might react violently to sniper fire. Literally earlier that year, Viktor Yanukovych was accused of having stolen $70 billion from the Ukraine's budget. Like, my God. The U.S. wouldn't have supported the Maidan protests if it didn't help the U.S. Well, yeah, obviously it helped the U.S. That all countries operating on a geopolitical level operate in their best interests. Obviously, that's the case. But I also think that the extent of the support is very much overblown, considering that, again, the extent of it is democracy building organizations like getting like $100 million a year, $75 million a year for over the course of like 20 years, and then like moving a soccer match, and then John McCain like giving a short speech one time. I don't think this is the extent of the support. I don't think that this is like, oh my god, the horror. They're providing Stinger missiles to the rebels. Like, no, that's not the same thing. The United States honestly would be a lot sloppier at doing that.
Difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have.
Wait. The Berkut killing protesters, and it being proven documentation of the kill orders, and then finding evidence of the Berkut dishing guns they used to kill protesters nearby river. Oh yeah, that was right. That was just right sector. Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe overthrowing a Russian stooge in this case is probably a good thing. Just overall on the net scale of humanity.
His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against fascism?
Yep, all Ukrainians are neo-Nazis now.
He was a frontline soldier. I will not tell you what he answered. This is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists, because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people.
Again, Konnichiwa, you've provided no evidence that the US overthrew a Ukrainian dictator there. By all accounts, the Maidan was an extraordinarily popular uprising against Viktor Yanukovych. Again, a guy who was accused and credibly found guilty of absconding with $70 billion of taxpayer money. Doesn't win you a whole lot of friends when you steal $70 billion of the public's money. Doesn't win you a whole lot of friends in the eyes of the public when your security forces are given kill orders against the civilian population. Like, I again, more citation needed to do the legwork of being like, oh yes, the funding for pro-democracy organizations actually went to buying missiles or something, or guns or whatever. Man, I'm asking for some critical thinking here, and I feel like it's not that big of an ask here to be like, yes, well, clearly there's a conspiracy here because John McCain said something once, and because there was funding for like foreign democracy programs starting in the 90s. I'm asking for something even like slightly more substantial. Like I don't know, like were US soldiers involved in the Maidan? Did we ship them weapons? Did the money we send them go to weapons? Like, come on. Did I miss watching this interview before? Did Putin really just make the claim of all Ukrainians are neo-Nazis? Essentially, yeah. That he's basically arguing that if they are not pro-Russia, they are neo-Nazis, and they are neo-Nazis propped up by foreign influence, essentially, is his argument.
People to end
That his argument is essentially, if denazification successfully takes place, all remaining Ukrainians will join Russia with joy in their hearts. Yeah.
the war in Ukraine. He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world? Can he do that, do you think?
Ну, а почему нет? Он же
Why
считается
not?
главой государства.
He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of
Bye,
power
Forlorn.
for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed.
I'm sorry. The evidence of, well, the U.S. has done other coups is not compelling. You need actual evidence. I'm sorry. I know that's very inconvenient. Yes, the United States has a long history of doing them. You still need to show your work on this one. Saying, well, it looks like the United States could have done it. That's not an argument. That's conspiracism.
He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arahamiya is his last name.
Narodia, that is the most accurate take. In geopolitics, all actors are bad. There are no good guys. In geopolitical terms, everyone is out for their own self-interest. And this is, by the way, why I am fundamentally opposed in the extreme long term against the existence of states, because I think they lead to that kind of collective thinking, right? But yeah, like that is where we're at when we talk about global political issues.
I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the...
But I also don't talk about that position very often because I don't find it very politically expedient if someone's first introduction to me is like, oh, I'm an anti-statist. Like, that's not particularly useful. So I don't talk about it that much. And I honestly have no way of actually articulating what a world without states would look like. So I just avoid talking about it generally.
The president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time,
We would never turn back negotiations. We would just make our demands so ridiculous that no one would ever agree to them. That's not the same thing.
Russia ready?
Публично отказали.
Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused.
Вступать в переговоры.
Well, let him cancel his
То,
decree
что они
and enter into
подчинились
negotiations.
либо уговорам
We have never
бывшего
refused.
премьер-министра Великобритании господина Джонсона,
And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain,
печально, потому что,
seems ridiculous and
как сказал
very sad to
господин
me,
Арахамия, мы еще
because,
полтора
as
года назад
Mr.
могли
Arakamiya put it,
прекратить эти
we
бои.
could have stopped those hostilities with
Но
war
нас
a year and a
англичане
half ago
уговорили,
already.
и мы от этого отказались.
But the British persuaded us
Господин
and we
Джонсон,
refused
а
this.
война продолжается.
Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
Да хрен его знает, зачем это, если я не понимаю. Общая
Hell
установка была.
knows.
Почему-то у
I
всех
don't
сложилось
understand it
иллюзия,
myself.
что Россию можно победить на поле боя.
There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield.
От чистого сердца, но
Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You've said you're orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know,
знаете, вот
as I already mentioned, in
как я уже сказал,
988,
в 985
Prince
году
Vladimir himself was
Vladimir
baptized
крестил.
following the
Сам
example of
крестился,
his
во время
grandmother,
своей
Princess
бабки,
Olga.
Ольги.
And
Oh
then
my
he
God, dude.
baptized his
Крестил
squad.
свою дружину,
And then,
постепенно,
gradually,
через
over the
10 лет,
course of
крестил
several
всех
years,
славян.
he baptized all the Rus.
Язычница от
It was a
язычников к
lengthy
христианам.
process, from
Много.
pagans to
Но
Christians.
в
It
конечном
took many
итоге вот
years.
это православие,
But in the
восточное
end, this
христианство, оно
orthodoxy,
глубоко
Eastern
укоренилось.
Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people.
Когда Россия расширялась,
When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength.
Yeah, honestly, this seems like his method of doing kind of like a sideways divine right of kings type of argument. You know? You tried to send a link of what? What did you try to send me?
тем людям,
This
которые
is
исповедуют
absolutely
другую
clear.
религию. В этом её
And the
сила.
fact is that the main postulates,
Это
main
абсолютно
values are very similar,
однозначно.
not to
Вот,
say the same in all
да и
world
дело в том,
religions
что
I've just
ведь во
mentioned,
всех
and
мировых
which
религиях,
are the
которые, я
traditional
сказал,
religions of the
которые
Russian
являются
Federation,
традиционными религиями
Russia.
Российской Федерации, России, по
By the
сути,
way, Russian
основные
authorities were
тези,
always very careful
основные
about the
ценности,
culture
они
and religion of
очень
those
похожи, если
people
сказать.
who came into the Russian Empire.
Yeah. I'm sure there was very equitable treatment. I'm sure there was no religious discrimination whatsoever. Haha. Again, no matter what the UK would have done, the terms of any kind of peace agreement that Russia has put forward are completely unacceptable to the Ukrainians. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the UK does. Even if the UK like rescinded all of their support tomorrow, Ukraine would continue to fight. Even if every country on earth cut off support to Ukraine, they'd fight with sticks and stones and tooth and nail. Like they're not going to surrender. And like just cede their territory or be completely conquered to Russia. That's just not going to happen. Unless like untold suffering like was inflicted upon them, like untold numbers of bodies, tens of millions, you know, like that's what we're talking about. The UK didn't scuttle the peace deal. Russia did at every step of the way, because again, the terms of any peace deal that Russia has put forward have been that Ukraine unilaterally surrender. That Ukraine cede like a third to a fifth of the a third to like a half of their territory. Like it's ridiculous. Yeah, the prerequisites to that agreement was annexation of regions both occupied and unoccupied, and it was right after the Bucha massacre was uncovered. Not a shot in fucking hell Ukrainians were accepting that deal. Yeah, that's the other part. Like, as more and more mass graves keep being found in Ukraine, you know, that kind of spurs the Ukrainians on to never accept any kind of, like, lopsided peace deal, which, again, Russia deliberately puts forward.
This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to...
You know, it's really interesting to watch Russia just kind of embrace, like, a theocratic fascism. It's super cool.
Or to Europe from Latin America, and even clearer and...
Nah, the Ukraine war is actually pretty straightforward. Russia is attempting, Russia under Putin, a dictator, an authoritarian dictator, who has goals and dreams of rebuilding the Russian Empire, and via, you know, ascribing to the myth of the Soviet Union, invaded what they saw as a vulnerable target. You have to remember, at the initial onset of this war, they thought it was going to be like a week-long endeavor. They thought it was going to be nothing to take over this country. It was an opportunistic land grab that has gone horribly wrong for them. And now it's their new Vietnam. It's Russia's new Afghanistan. There we go. The idea here that, like, it's more nuanced than that, it's not. They just lie about why they're doing it, because their entire media apparatus is controlled by this guy who's spewing out, like, blood and soil arguments to justify attacking Ukraine. Like, even if you just straight up believe everything he's saying, even if you grant everything he's saying, it still doesn't justify the invasion. Like, oh, well, we're culturally the same. Oh, well, you know, everyone who disagrees with me in Ukraine is a Nazi. And, you know, really everyone who does agree with me wants to be part of Russia. Like, it's insane. These are insane arguments to make, even if you grant that he's being sincere about all of them. Yeah, the first half of this interview was writing out like a 500-year-long alternate history about how Ukraine is actually Russian. And he wouldn't be spending that amount of time on this if that wasn't like one of his fundamental reasons. It's not the other things.
More understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to...
Now, is it messy? Yes, it's a messy conflict. But the onset of this war is actually fairly simple. Russia invaded Ukraine in order to try and do a land grab. And I feel like that is very definitively shown by basically every source you can find. You'll find some people saying, oh, it was because of NATO expansionism. That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
To you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family. And our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other,
И если мы говорим, что родина и семья
It is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland.
устойчивое будущее,
Yeah, and what he means by that is not just what is Russia now, but all places that used to be under Russian control.
для всей страны.
That is why patriotic
that this is just an argument to like create the Russian nationalist ethno-state. Like that's his argument. His argument is just all of these people are ethnically Russian and we should have a Russian ethno-state. And this is crazy. This is nonsense rhetoric.
sentiment is so strong in Russia.
No,
But can I say that
patriotism.
the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
Oh, really? Wait. I didn't know that, OS Crane. Novorossiya doesn't just extend to former territories, but to those Nicholas was intent on conquering. It's literally a fantasy. Like the Russian Empire never even extended as far as that. That's crazy. By supporting Ukraine, you are by extension supporting the US, which is objectively an imperialist country. That's why I can't in good conscience support Ukraine. That's insane. That's an insane layer of argumentation. That that's actual brain rot. I'm sorry. That's like me saying, well, you know, Americans eat food, and that in turn supports the imperialist machine. Ergo, if you are a true proponent of the real socialism, you should simply stop eating if you're American. That's crazy. Like, I understand opposing imperialism. I get it. I also oppose imperialism, okay? But to say you object to, like, good outcomes is weird to me. Is Ukraine an ally of the US? Yes or no? What does that have to do with anything? Your argument here is like, I don't support Ukraine because Ukraine is allied with the US and the US is imperialist. Well, I'm a US citizen. Should I just go blow my brains out? I'm in the US. I'm supporting the imperial network. Like, what? By existing? Like, what? Yes? No? That's like your argument taken to an extreme. Ah, but Russia is also imperialist. Oh no. What now? I'm a US citizen, that's why I criticize the US the most. If you were a true anti-imperialist and a US citizen, though, I hear some people are saying, like, the most effective thing is to stop eating. Because then you can't productively contribute to the US's imperialism, you see. Like, you understand, like, your argument's brain rot, right? Like, you're in favor of a country being invaded and having their people massacred because you want to oppose US imperialism, because you think that this country is allied with the United States in a way. What is one country being invaded by an imperial power a good thing now? That's insane. I want more critical thinking, please. I just, is that too much to ask, guys? Okay, but in this conflict, Konichiwa, you're saying that if you support Ukraine fighting for its independence from the imperialist power of Russia, you shouldn't, because because Ukraine is allied with the United States, which is also an imperialist power? Like, what is your logic here? Again, saying you don't support Russia or Ukraine, you support multipolarity, that doesn't mean anything. What does this mean? What do you want to have happen in this conflict? Like, if you were to write the future of the conflict, what would it be? I'm sorry, but that's how much I oppose U.S. imperialism. I can't support an ally of the U.S. So you're in favor of a country being invaded by another imperial power. That you're in favor of Russia invading Ukraine. Right? To really drill down on this, right? That's what you're saying? So the thing you said immediately before this about not supporting Russia is just a lie. You support Russia invading Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know. If you're committed to opposing US imperialism, but you're not also opposing other forms of imperialism by other countries, I feel like your politics are being fueled by team sports rather than actual ideology. And I feel like that's deeply unserious. It's unfortunate.
Очень легко. Если речь идет о защите себя и своей...
It is very
The U.S. is objectively more imperialist than Russia. In Ukraine? Because I don't think that's the case. I don't think the United States has invaded Ukraine and caused the wounding or death of 500,000 people. I love that your justification for 500,000 war casualties being inflicted on Ukraine is, well, the US has done more imperialism in the past. Like, oh, well, that's such a great justification for the untold suffering of millions in Ukraine. How noble of you. Wowee. How cool of you. I'm sure that's such a great comfort to the people in Ukraine. Oh, well, you know, we had to get bombed. We had to get our limbs blown off by Russian aircraft. Because, you know, the US did imperialism elsewhere in the world in the past and right now. So I guess we have to let this bad thing happen. I'm against the worst of two evils. Okay, question. What's the worst case scenario here if Ukraine wins and Russia isn't able to successfully take over their country? What's the bad outcome there? To be fair, I support a peace deal. No, you already said you support the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Fuck off with this I support a peace deal bullshit when we've already established that Russia doesn't want a peace deal and is actively invading Ukraine. They are the aggressor and you're in favor of that. So what do you want to what would actually be the what would be the horrible outcome for Ukraine to win? What's the horrible outcome, the worst of the two evils in this situation? I paint a picture for me. What happens after Ukraine wins? Because if Russia wins, then Ukrainians are systematically oppressed, forcibly integrated into the Russian economy and world. Again, we've had blood and soil arguments from this man on screen for like the last 4 hours. We're talking like a neo-Nazi equivalent here. By an unelected dictator who's ruling until 2036 and is openly fascist, who is already jailing people for wearing fucking rainbow earrings. So tell me in detail, what is the greater evil here should Ukraine prevail? Again, peace is not an option because Russia does not make peace an option. They are invading the country. They could stop at any time. So what's the greater evil here? What's the greater evil should Ukraine win? You said you're in favor of the lesser of two evils, which is Russia's invasion. So tell me what the greater evil is. I want to know. I want to know. Feel like that's not a terribly hard question to ask about your position. I think apart from the peace deal should be that Ukraine not join NATO after the conflict ends. So to reiterate here, your version of the greater of the evils is that after Ukraine successfully fights off Russia, that they might join NATO, and that is the worst case scenario that justifies 500,000 people being killed or wounded in this conflict, including women, children, and the elderly, with millions more being displaced across Europe. That's a worthwhile cost because their country is allied with the United States. I just don't want NATO and Ukraine to do provocative actions near the Russian... What the... You don't want Ukraine and NATO to do provocative actions near Russia's border. That's all. You've been justifying the Russian invasion. Russia's the one doing the provocative action here that you're in favor of. I don't... That's insane. You understand how that's insane, right? Russia's invading Ukraine. They've done massacres of civilians in Ukraine. Man, dude. They were doing the provocative actions before the invasion. What was NATO doing before the invasion? Ukraine couldn't have joined NATO. That wasn't a possibility for them. Which you would know if you knew anything about NATO. But and Ukraine was doing aggressive actions? Like what? What was Ukraine doing that was going to provoke a Russian invasion? What exactly was Ukraine doing? All of its provocative actions near the border after, Russia forcibly seized Crimea in 2014. I don't think you actually know anything about this conflict. It's similar to the provocative actions near the North Koreans' border at the DMZ. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You do not understand a single thing you're talking about. That's crazy. Oh yeah. Ukraine's really the one that's been doing all of the provocative action. Ignore the part where Russia annexed illegally its territory and funded insurgencies within Ukraine. Ignore those. Ignore all of those. Ignore the fact that, Russia's military dwarfs Ukraine's by, multiple times over. Ignore the fact that every military strategist going into this conflict said it was going to take 2 weeks max. And, oh my god, dude. TYT's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break it to you. The idea that NATO brought this conflict, when Ukraine isn't even a part of NATO, is insane. Oh, is Russia attacking Ukraine to prevent other countries from joining NATO? Well, I've got real shit news for you. By invading Ukraine, Russia prompted several more nations to join NATO. So if Russia's goal was to prevent people from joining NATO, they failed. They utterly and completely failed, and in fact have been consistently failing in that goal because more and more countries want to join NATO. My god. Russia was just supposed to trust Ukraine's word on what? You don't have to trust Ukraine's word on it. You look at NATO's rules and regulations. Joining NATO has to be done, unanimously. All of the member nations of NATO have to agree to new members of NATO. Additionally, you can't join NATO if there are ongoing land disputes, which there were in Ukraine since the time his puppet was ousted out of Ukraine. My goodness. Again, this is a problem that would be avoided if you knew anything about what you're talking about. Yeah, let's let Ukraine, non-nuclear Ukraine. Yeah, they were playing fast and loose against the border of Russia. And now Russia invaded. What are you talking about? Your logic here is moon logic. It's insane. Yeah, this non-nuclear country was totally just provoking Russia into invasion. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, NATO was founded to counter the Soviet Union. The defensive alliance continues beyond the death of the Soviet Union. And obviously, as we can see from Russia invading one of its neighbors, NATO still serves a purpose. My god. Russia wouldn't be invading Ukraine if it was part of NATO. Congrats, you played yourself. If the goal was limiting the number of people joining NATO, then you should have just let Ukraine in the first place, and then you'd have several less countries in NATO. It would actually be smaller now if Ukraine had joined NATO. Fuck, man. We're just gonna have to fundamentally disagree on the conflict. Well, yeah, because you think an imperial power invading Ukraine is good. That's our fundamental disagreement is that you're pro-imperialism just as long as the United States isn't doing it, you know? That's the fundamental disagreement we have. If you were actually consistent in opposing imperialism, you'd oppose imperialism in all its forms from all its sources, and you don't. I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. You did. You can scroll back up through your chat logs. You said you oppose Ukraine because Ukraine is an ally of the United States and the United States does imperialism. You said you are in favor of Russia's invasion. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know how else to put the ideas you're putting forward together. You justified Russia's invasion by saying that, like, it was preventing NATO from getting more nations in it, more powerful, which is, you know, if that's your real concern here, like, I hate to break it to you, Russia's invasion literally strengthened NATO. But Jack, if Ukraine joins NATO, it makes the modern Hearts of Iron 4 unbalanced. Maybe. I actually haven't played Hearts of Iron. I'm sorry. I'm a bad trans. Hamster Shadow, I don't think they're dishonest. I think they're being ideologically blind. It's something we talk about here on the channel sometimes, this idea of American diabolism, because there are some people who learn initially when getting into leftism that, like, as a general rule of thumb, you should oppose, like, the geopolitical actions of the United States. And I think that that's true as a general rule of thumb. The issue is that's not the only rule. That shouldn't be your guiding principle. And for a lot of people, it does become their guiding principle. And that ultimately is like the undoing of their entire ideological framework. You need to have good foundations. You need to know what you believe and why you believe it. You need to have a goal. And a lot of people just never get that. You make a valid point, but have you considered that America bad? I have indeed considered it, and generally speaking, I very much agree with it, but it's on a, you have to have a case-by-case basis. You have to know what the fuck you're talking about. And if your America bad framework takes you to a point where you're saying, actually, it's okay for an imperial power to invade a smaller country because they're a U.S. ally, and that makes it okay. Like I'm sorry, you do not have an ideological basis for your principles. All I'm doing is opposing the worst of two imperial countries. One is being invaded and about to be occupied by an imperialist country, and in the other situation, if they won, they would be independent and be able to self-determine. fundamentally, you are in favor of like a fascist authoritarian taking over and occupying a country of tens of millions of people. Because you think that if that country were allowed to exist just independently, democratically, as like an ally of the United States, that would be worse. And I vehemently disagree. I think the rhetoric you're doing is apologia for war crimes. I think it's apologia for like a fascist empire. And I hate it. I hate it. Sue me? Yeah, I've had way too much patience for this. Go fuck yourself. Sue me, lol. Yeah, you're so ideologically invested that that's how you end the conversation. Nice. Again, these people believe nothing. They have no ideological framework. It's just America bad. And if they had any shred of self-awareness, they would change their ways. They would repent. They would like understand that what they're advocating for is monstrous. Well, folks, we've now been going for 8 hours. Make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. My God, we're only 5 likes away. 3 likes away from hitting 100. I believe in you guys. And folks, consider dropping some subs or donos because frankly, that's what allows me to spend 8 hours, over 8 hours doing content like this, talking with you fine folks, and hopefully entertaining y'all. Mr. Anderson, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate that, and I hope folks like Shai Halud, Brianna Huffman, Shaka Cho Arroyo, Kabe Wu, and Mutiny all appreciate their new memberships. Hell yes, we love to see it. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. What a base Chad indeed. Nerodia!
Any white names left in chat?
Oh, we have so many white names left in chat, Nerodia. Thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. We tend to have a lot of white name lurkers. So yeah, definitely appreciated. And I see you finally got Calavera Kid. I think I got that one right. Hell yeah. Let's go. Thank you for compensating me for spending so much time in that infuriating conversation. It is pretty impressive though, like how I need to open up do open call-ins. I think I need to do that. I think I need to like start doing open call-ins again and like accept debates. I kind of miss debating like on voice chat. I feel like it would have made it so much more apparent that that person has like no actual skin in this fight. You know? I feel like it would have been more satisfying vocally. I am fascinated sometimes when people talk in circles for like an hour and a half and then like just absolutely have nothing at the heart of their argument. It's official, the Irish names are no longer white? Hell yeah. Good night, Erica. It's tough watching Tucker gaze at that old guy for so long. Yeah, let's finish this, huh?
Очень легко. Если речь идет о защите себя и своей.
It is very easy. When it comes to protecting oneself and one's family,
С чего
one's homeland,
начались события?
we won't attack anyone.
С переворота. И с начала боевых действий на Донецке.
When did the developments in Ukraine start?
На Донбассе. Вот с чего.
My God, Migs! Thank you for the $30 super chat over on YouTube. I think that's maybe one of the largest super chats we've ever gotten. Thank you for doing the Eldritch God's work of demolishing idiots verbally. Look, I'm doing what I can. Hopefully, like that's worth all of your time, all of my time. Hopefully, I didn't just just make us all dumber by association. Some days, I swear to God, some days I get on here, I'm like, I feel like Sisyphus. I'm just pushing that boulder up the hill, okay? Every day, boulder at the bottom, gotta push it up. And no more I've never felt more like Sisyphus than in that conversation.
Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future.
Yeah, we're protecting our people. Again, keep in mind when he says that they're protecting we're protecting our people, he's talking about the real Russia. You know, this concept he's mentioned over and over again throughout this, Novorussia, which is what he considers Russia and Russians, right? So he's not just talking about the Russians in the current borders of Russia. He's talking about a lot of people in a lot of other countries.
Она не во внешних проявлениях. И в том, чтобы ходить
As for religion in general,
или бить головой в пол. Она в сердце.
you know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
Человекоориентированная. И,
It is in the heart. And our culture is so
Oh,
human-oriented.
Hamster Shadow, thank you.
Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном, он думает больше о ценностях.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
Возможность вот сегодняшнему этому золотому миллиарду.
Russian people just think more about morals than other people. We're a more moral people. You know, it's I love seeing American exceptionalism in Russia. You know, Russian exceptionalism so much less evil than American exceptionalism.
I'm not saying this is bad.
My
It
God.
makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on.
Что мы вроде как выглядим одинаково, но сознание
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our
Well,
minds
so
are
do you
built a
see
little
the
different.
supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
Да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
общество развивается вот по своим внутренним
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
Так было всегда в истории человечества.
What?
It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had.
Wait a minute. This is just the divine right of kings. The entire time, like, my God. He's just trying to draw like a direct line from like God to his own like political movement and politics. Like this is it's crazy how openly fascist and intentionally fascist this is, especially compared to like Donald Trump. You know, like Donald Trump does fascism and I don't think he's necessarily even really aware of it. You know, he's mostly just intuiting it as like a way to try and keep himself safe from the repercussions of his actions, right? But like Putin here is doing it for real, you know? And that should be terrifying.
accustomed to.
Наверное, не нужно приводить эти примеры, но начиная
There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire.
человечество каждый
It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind.
варваров постепенно накапливался,
Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and began to develop economically, as we would say today.
экономически они стали укрепляться.
This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans.
500 лет. Этот процесс
However,
разрушения Великой
it took
Римской
5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart.
в сегодняшней ситуации
The
разница
difference with what is happening now
процессы изменений
is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does
I see Dark Canuck, I disagree. I think this speech is written for an American audience to legitimize like Russia's position in the American eyes. This is a PR battle that Putin knows is going to go out far outside of Russia. This is him spreading his fascist justification to the rest of the world. To like try and essentially what he's trying to do is erode the foreign will to supply Ukraine. I believe that's what he's trying to do here. And I think that he looks around and he recognizes that other countries around, like that are supplying Ukraine with its desperately needed like artillery shells, with its machinery, etc., that it's using to successfully fight off the Russian invasion. Like, I think that he realizes if he can win the foreign PR war, if he can mainstream these talking points, which he's using Tucker Carlson to do, directly into the Republican Party, if he can mainstream those talking points, then he can really clamp down on the aid, the potential aid, that could come to Ukraine. It is both a pitch for normalizing relations and for ending supplies to Ukraine. It serves multi-purpose. Think he sounds reasonable? It's scary. Well, I think the issue is that he's very measured and polite, which I think for a lot of Americans seems reasonable. Like, it has the aesthetics of reasonability, you know? I think that the points he's saying are insane.
does the AI empire start, do you think?
Меня всё в более
You're
Hamster Shadow,
asking
you did it.
increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man.
What is he talking about?
There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
Yeah. That's not gonna go well.
Маск внедрил уже чип в мозг какого-то человека.
What do you think of that?
Ну, Маска, я думаю, что Маска
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. he will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him.
I don't know, Putin. I think you and I both know that there's some ways that we could stop him. You know what I'm saying? You old so-and-so.
Search for ways to persuade him.
He's
I
talking
think
about
he's a smart
transgender
person. I
people.
truly
Y'all are
believe he
superhuman.
is.
True.
So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
You know, controversial hot take here, but I think that if Putin really likes Elon Musk, we should let him have him, okay? We must transfer Elon Musk over to Russian control. Well, thanks for being here, Hamster Shadow. First time for everything.
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate
Oh, to be clear, he is basically a supervillain. He did personally order his political execution to be executed via Novichok poison in his underpants, and that assassination attempt failed. But that is very funny to know.
prediction of what will happen. Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction. It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day. But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
That's actually a fairly decent thing for Tucker Carlson to ask, and unexpected.
If we give Elon to Russian, we'll have to call Twitter the Russian network.
Yeah, it might be the final blow to kill that thing. I agree. Let's do it. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Honestly, it's like a hollow gesture on Tucker's part because all of this was probably negotiated beforehand. But let's see his response.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил.
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps. When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services. Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question. There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it. But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels. I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes, and it's not my business, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was...
He's just a kid at the spry age of 32. Basically, 32's the new 25. Um, apparently there are actual talks ongoing about releasing him, but we'll see if it goes anywhere.
Was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that, and he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So
Tucker Carlson just signed his death warrant. JK, he's probably fine.
maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, ну, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпион, что не шпион.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If person gets secret information and does that in conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact, this is qualified as espionage. The fact has been proven, as he was caught red-handed when he was
Sorry,
receiving.
I mean the Russian network.
There we go. There we go. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Let's go.
This information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting
Hey, Astral
confidential
Storm.
information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the US government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал. Но повторяю еще раз.
I don't know who
получение
he was
секретной
working for.
информации, конспиративной
But I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the US Special Services, some other agencies.
Вот, ну,
I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information.
есть,
It is up to special services to come to an agreement.
по нашему мнению, не связаны.
Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services.
Соединенных Штатов.
Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the US.
Соображений, ликвидировал в
That
одной из
person, due
европейских
to
столиц
patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals.
во время событий на Кавказе. Знаете, что
During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing?
хочется говорить, но тем не менее скажу.
I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads.
What?
What kind of person is that?
И человек
What? That I feel like that really came out of nowhere.
Can he even be called human?
нашелся патриот, который ликвидировал его в одной из европейских столиц.
But there was a patriot who
Right. I didn't just like black out. I didn't just like black out and like miss something, right? Like that just came out of nowhere, right? That's not just me. Yeah, I feel like there were so many, like you needed to build that one up there. This is crazy.
eliminated him in one of the European capitals.
Инициативе или нет,
Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan
Вот он-
Gershkovich didn't
вот
do
он-
that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a
Да, он не-
32-year-old like
Ну, он не
newspaper
делал, да, он-
reporter.
He committed
делал
something different.
Да, он не просто журналист. Я повторяю еще раз, это журналист.
He's
который
not
получил
just a
секретную
journalist.
информацию на
I
конспиративной
reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting
Я
confidential
просто говорю про
information.
тех людей, которые
Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they are serving a
между
sentence.
спецслужбами идет диалог.
There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved.
Also, chat, we are 1 like away. We are 1 like away from 100 likes. Let's do it. I believe in us. I believe in you, more specifically.
In a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They are keeping in touch, so let them
And I believe in the people hitting the dislike button. I believe you too can help boost this video in the algorithm.
do their work.
Тот человек, о котором вы сказали, господин
I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovitz, may return to his motherland. By the end
There
of the
we
day,
go.
it
That's
does
what I
not
like to
make any
see. 100. Let's go.
sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special
Good job,
Services
Catalina
to think
Gearbox.
about
Thank you for your
how
service.
they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing.
те проблемы,
We are ready to
которые
talk.
стоят перед нашими
Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well,
Ну, только надо договариваться.
but we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
Мне тоже хотелось.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere,
Ну,
but
повторяю,
let me say
диалог
once
идет.
again, the
Чем
dialogue
больше мы придаем
continues.
огласки,
The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them.
всё должно быть
Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's
в
true
закрытом
with
Everything has to be done in a calm manner. Tucker Carlson. I wonder if that's true. Like, what the hell was that? He's been so careful with his entire mannerisms this entire time.
with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more
Hey,
question.
boiled
which is-
peanuts.
and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the US government and say, let's come to terms?
Так, послушайте, я же сказал.
I
что мы
already said that
отказываемся
we did not
от переговоров.
refuse to talk.
Мы
We're
же не
willing to
отказываемся.
negotiate.
Yeah, again, this is a position he has because their willingness to negotiate is putting forward unobtainable terms that they know are unobtainable. They have no intention of actually being able to obtain them. They're just putting them out over and over again. You know, like, you know, if someone offers you a deal that you couldn't possibly accept, like, that's not an actual negotiation.
It is the Western side,
западные
and
страны.
Ukraine is obviously a
А
satellite
Украина,
state of
безусловно,
the
сателлит,
US. It is
Соединенных
evident.
Штатов сегодня. Ну, это
I
же
don't
Whoa, was that chatter I was talking to earlier Vladimir Putin? Kind of seems like it.
not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, 72 billion US dollars, was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come.
Огромный поток идет.
Dozens of billions of US dollars are going
course,
to
yeah.
Ukraine.
Конечно, поэтому,
There's a huge
поэтому,
influx of
ну,
weapons.
скажите,
In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to a negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree.
садитесь, переговорите.
Yeah, I bet Putin would love that, since they're currently using North Korean munitions and tanks from like World War II. Yeah, I'm sure he'd love no more munitions being sent to Ukraine.
We did
Мы
not
же не
refuse.
отказались.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult.
Hey,
because
Madison,
you already
go.
said correctly. It's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Ну, если
Man, I feel like a lot of people just genuinely don't understand that, like, even if you took away all foreign aid to Ukraine, Ukrainians would still fight. I think that some people genuinely just don't get it.
администрация Зеленского на Украине
They It's like almost like the inverse of like American diabolism. It's like a American sainthood. You know, like nothing in this world can happen without without America either condoning it or condemning it. It's crazy.
Отказалась от переговоров. Я исхожу из
Well,
того, что они
if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate,
пусть теперь,
I
если
assume they did it under the
что это
instruction from
неправильное
Washington.
решение, пусть
If
откажутся,
Washington
найдут какой-то
believes it
предлог,
to be the
но
wrong
не
decision,
обидно, не
let it
неправильно.
abandon it. Let it find a
Найдут это
delicate
решение.
excuse so that no one is
Неожиданное
insulted.
решение.
Let it come up with
Там
a way
принято
out.
решение. Пусть они от него
It was
отказываются.
not us who made this decision, it was them.
Всё.
So let them
Ну,
go
они
back on
приняли
it.
неправильное решение.
That is
Теперь мы
it.
должны искать выход из этого неправильного решения.
However, they made the
Просто
wrong
отказываются.
decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the
Корректировать их
situation to correct their
ошибки. Совершили,
mistakes.
пусть и исправляют.
They did it, so let them correct it
да.
themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Правильно. Но мы
Right.
уже добились этого.
And
Мы
we made
создали
it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that
Mhm.
was initialed by the head of the
который
Ukrainian
был
delegation.
парафирован
He affixed his
руководителем
signature to some of the
украинской
provisions,
делегации. Там
not to all of
подписи
it.
стоят.
He put his
Ну,
signature, and then he himself said, "We were ready to sign it, and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago." However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all.
Oh. So the argument here is that they were all going to agree to it, and then the Ukrainians pulled out because of Boris Johnson, but now they're so sad because they pulled out of it. But Putin's like, "Oh, but that deal is still on the table though." But then if that was the case, then the conflict would be done, right? So he's just lying. This is just a lie. Cool. Like a blatant lie.
Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and
It was us who intensified the situation by invading Ukraine.
decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass.
Ah, yes, the war that started in 2014 in Donbass. Uh-huh. Yeah, Ukraine was really waging a war against Russia in the Donbass. People have to be really brain dead to just nod along to this. This is nuts.
As I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to
Some
further in
mental
history.
yoga. Yeah,
I
no
already
kidding.
told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were
No,
promised
for
that
fuck's
NATO would not
sake.
expand, to 2008, when
No promise was made that NATO would not expand. That's not a thing that exists. It's not a single thing that exists.
the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is
Like, on top of like all of the other like unofficialities of like the claim, like, oh well, back in the day, you know, NATO promised us and now they're breaking their word. Russia literally signed a treaty in 1997 that recognized the right of like members of the Eastern Bloc to join NATO. Like, Yeah. But, no one ever wants to talk about that. No one ever wants to talk about the NATO-Russia Founding Act.
Pointless though, isn't it? We
шаг
may go
опять
back
туда,
and forth endlessly, but they
они
stop
же прекратили
negotiations.
А ошибка?
Is it a mistake?
Исправьте.
Yes. Correct it.
Мы готовы.
We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
Я же сказал.
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will.
Варианты есть. Но если желание.
Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield.
Добиться стратегического поражения России, поражения на
Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all.
по-моему,
In my opinion,
невозможно по
it is impossible by
будет никогда.
definition. It is never going to happen.
Мне кажется, сейчас
It seems to me that now those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well.
это осознание пришло. Подумайте теперь.
If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next.
Больше того,
We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
ну, вы знаете, это предмет переговоров.
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or, to put it more accurately,
Или, точнее сказать, хотят.
they are willing but do not know how to do it.
Я не только вижу,
I know they want
я
to.
знаю, что
It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they are struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad.
Да, было бы смешно, если бы не было так грустно.
This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement.
Истерика там.
The hysteria. Half a million people dead or wounded. It's crazy.
Внутренние проблемы.
You know, this probably sounds strange given the
Рано
current
или
situation,
поздно все равно мы договоримся. И
but the relations between the two peoples will be
может, даже
rebuilt
странно в
anyway.
сегодняшней ситуации прозвучит.
It will take a lot of time, but they will heal.
Между народами восстановится. Потребует
Like, again, what he's talking about is when they win, annex all of Ukraine and, like, formally fold in all Ukrainians into Russia. That's when he believes Russia will be made more whole and the wounds will heal.
много времени.
I'll give you very unusual examples.
Совсем приведу вам необычный пример.
There is a combat encounter on the
На поле боя
battlefield.
происходит
Here's a specific
бой.
example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life.
Украинская
Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive."
Наши солдаты им кричат.
Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying,
Вдруг оттуда
"Russians, do not surrender."
на русском хорошем
Oh. And then everyone clapped. Because they were speaking Russian, which proves that they were really Russian.
русском
And all of them
и
perished.
не сдаются.
They still identify themselves as Russian.
Они до сих пор русскими себя ощущают. В этом смысле то, что
What is
происходит,
happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war.
и все думают,
Everyone in
что
the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever.
растащили
No,
одну
they
часть
will be reunited.
Нет,
The unity is still there.
воссоединение произойдет. Оно никуда и не делось.
Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox
Растаскивают
Church?
русскую православную.
Probably because it's spreading Russian propaganda and, like, also like leaking information to Russian forces. That's why it got disbanded.
Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together our souls. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Mr. President.
That was wildly long. That was difficult to sit through. And also one of the most objectively fascist things I've seen in a long time. You know? This was chilling. I feel like it's almost like a blueprint for Trump in a lot of ways. Like this conversation in particular. And I think that this is, a very savvy move by Putin. Like, it harms, or I guess it bolsters Russian PR abroad. It weakens attempts to fund Ukraine. It weakens the American will to continue aiding Ukraine. It also mainlines all of the rhetoric that underlines the fascist authoritarianism of Russia, right? Which already, by the way, is being used as like a framework for fascist legislation in America. Like this has knock-on implications for our current political moment in America as well. And it's just shockingly awful. And, part of it is, I think part of what we've seen here is that, like, the banality of that interview was the point, Part of it was to present a bunch of boring-sounding, polite-sounding gobbledygook that sounds just right enough if you're not listening too closely, to, like, fool you, to lull you into complicity. And, like, it's insidious in that way, And I think that's part of what's so scary about, like, fascism when it fully comes into its own, is that I think oftentimes fascism cloaks itself in boredom, in the boredom of bureaucratic evil, of the banality of evil, even, And, like, Putin is very good at that. Yeah. And I worry that that is going to be seen and taken up by more and more politicians in the United States, especially the ones that want to be that, but haven't necessarily had the patience to rein themselves in, And I'm worried Trump is going to watch that, which he certainly will. You all know he's going to watch that. Like, it's Tucker Carlson. He's going to watch that. And I'm worried about the lessons he's going to glean from this. Yeah, it's chilling. And it's maybe even made more chilling by the fact that, like, I mean, as that chatter earlier, I think, kind of epitomized, like, there are a lot of people who are willing to support that. There are a lot of people who are either willing to carry water for, do Russian apologia, carry water for the Russian government line, And I think that that is dangerous. Because I think those same people also tend to be in favor of like a certain kind of accelerationism. Either the accelerationism of like, well, I don't want to vote for Biden because he's a milquetoast neolib, you know? And prioritizing their comfort with their vote over like the actual effects of their vote. The chatter earlier did not think of themselves as right-wing. No. But I don't think you have to acknowledge a reactionary tendency in order to be a reactionary, you know? But I think that there is a certain complicity either with with kind of the rise of fascism in that type of liberal, you know? The kind of people who will say, "No, I'm just going to stay home and I'm not going to vote," even though like the decision is between like a milquetoast awful neolib who sucks ass and like an out and out fascist who's going to like end America. And like, frankly, for people like that chatter, well, you know, an out and out fascist might be a good choice if they end America. You know, like this type of American diabolism can go so far that people are like, oh yeah, actually it would be good. That would be a net win for the world. And I don't think they understand that the immense amount of suffering that a fascist United States would be able to wreak upon the world. Largest nuclear that'll show the United States. Let it be taken over by a fascist. Give them control over the largest nuclear stockpile on Earth. And JB, I think that's it, right? Because to these people, this conflict isn't real. It doesn't have stakes. The actual stakes of the conflict are like whether or not your friends like you enough and think you're like the bestest leftist. Those are the stakes that they actually deal with on a day-to-day basis. It has very, very little to do with the outcome of their activism. It sucks to see. It sucks to see the weakness of the Weimar Republic up close and reenacted by America. My God.